So I figured I'd just like come on. I'm just waiting for Toth to pop in, and I've been like loading into his world for like a hot minute. He is like playing. He was like playing Skull and Bones or something like beforehand. So, but yeah, I'm just chilling at a loading screen right now, and I'm here. All right. I saw that he was getting raided, so I hope that isn't the case anymore. I'm hoping he's Yeah. I shortened it until I can get the GIF, the full GIF. Oh, looks like he's okay. All right. Yeah. All right. Well. Let's go back then. Elven Quarter. I added some stuff to his world too, like Entwood stuff right here, so you can grow some Entwood. Also, I needed it. Who dat? Where dis? So Toth is a really big streamer that like raided me a super long time ago, and I got around to like talking to him and stuff. And he's like a Warhammer fan too, so he plays the Warhammer online still. He plays also a dwarf fanatic, so we got along just fine after I was talking to him for a little bit in his streams and stuff. So he invited me on to come onto his world and build some stuff. So here I am, building in this little corner right here. Figured I could get something done pretty quick. In fact, I'm kind of like almost done in a way. So, oh, it's kind of laggy. He's trying to play some Skull and Bones too while he does this. So we'll try and make it work, but also I need adamant. I'm not sure when he's gonna pop on to do the. I might get an invite to collaborate at some point or another, so I'm keeping an eye on Twitchies. Need to go back to his base though and grab some stuff. Yeah, he's a cool dude. He's due for some operation soon in July, so I wanted to like kind of push forward with this. I guess he has some kind of cancers, I believe, which is unfortunate, but didn't want to delay too much. So I don't know if I, like, he said he doesn't know how long he'll be under or anything like that, so better to get that time in now, and rather than later, you know. So can't take any chances with that kind of stuff, I think, especially since, you know, like my own father-in-law. What is that? Oh. Seems like he moved for a second or two. Hold on, let me check my Twitch notifs. I'm sure I got something in there.
Or actually, if you want to, we can move over to my Discord and put us all in my live channel. That's where he went over to. Or we're just gonna be being a couple of dwarves in Moria. Hello, fireman. Hello, fireman.
What up? Alright, so...
Give me just a second to get you. Give me just a second. Over to your channel and get you an invite.
Alright. Sorry, I didn't realize we were in the Discord channel right now, and I'm just like, wait, why am I hearing it twice? Okay. It's turn mic off and mute audio, right? So, and
yeah,
Twitch one. All right, cool.
Since we're using Discord.
Oh, sorry, I'm responding to Special. She says, was that pic you shared on your Discord visiting your father-in-law? Yes, it was. So my mother-in-law took the dog, Sasha, to go see my father-in-law and where he's buried. So, and she seemed like she was really happy to be there. Oh, sorry to hear that, Special. All right. Might be cut its all for a dwarf. Yeah. It's all right. We've processed all the things at this point, you know, so.
Yeah.
Sorry, we were, I was explaining, because Noli and Special are people I stream with, Valheim on, like, Tuesdays and, like, Sunday. And they were asking about, how I met you and stuff, so. And they were asking a little bit about you, and then I mentioned, your operation thing, and, my father-in-law as well, so. Whoa.
Yeah, I'm still running my GoFundMe thing that I'm trying to raise extra money for. And it's also the easiest way I have of putting out a mass note without having to explain it over and over again.
Yeah, must be exhausting. Let's close the door before those wolves come by. Yes, I brought the quarry master, so this will be pretty fast. Still working on that crystal descent staircase.
This part of it I'll let Plum finish, Papa Bear finish up because he started it.
Oh, okay.
The walls and stuff. I finished my part of it that I was working on. It's something me and him both been tinkering with, so I'm probably gonna go back to working on the areas that still need restoration and rebuild.
Nice. Yeah, I did place a couple of those wood stuff, so you could place like vine covered stuff later on.
Yeah, I saw that.
I've been going crazy with those in my build, in my like current stuff that I'm doing, in my worlds and stuff. It's a shame that it's only the poles and the lattice, but it's okay.
Well, from what I understand, they're getting ready to they're working on adding in some more stuff, so we'll see.
Yes, there's a paid story expansion coming later this year, but before that, they're gonna be adding a Beardling themed DLC, which will introduce a whole bunch of wood lodge pieces, like wooden pieces. And they said it's like a whole new building set of like wood pieces, and a placeable beehive as well.
Oh, that's gonna send a lot of the guys that have custom builds it's already done. That'll send them back to the drawing board.
Yeah, I know my buddy Axebeard. He likes to build these like Blue Mountain Hunters lodges. So I'm kind of anticipating he'll like rework the entire thing now that he can make it a proper hunting lodge with all the wood stuff and it's cool because one of the doors too has like a little bear insignia on it too.
Some of my friends like to give me a little bit of gripe because of what my logo on my channel is, and because they know it's modeled after my personal crest, and they're like, "Oh, he's a Lannister."
Huh.
And I'm like, if we ever meet in real life, fair warning.
The crest of my channel is actually multi-inspired, and Special K here actually is my like has done a lot of the artwork for my stuff, and so we took I took inspiration from the Warhammer fantasy, like the ancestor god, like the masks, you know how they're represented and stuff.
Yeah.
And so I got that going on with the really curly fiery beard that's kind of like based on my like IRL beard. And then we got a dual bladed axe in there with it has the insignia of Grimnir on the hilt in the middle of it, and then the hammer of Angrind, hammer of Clan Angrind. So Belagar Ironhammer's like hammer.
You know.
And at the bottom of the beard is like the 3 mountains for like the Misty Mountains, basically. It's like more than one thing.
I'm back here to the Elven Quarter and go ahead and repair the buildings that are in here, because this is the last little segment that's in this section that needs rebuilding.
Oh, okay. So I am destroying these ones in this corner, if you didn't mind about that, but because I was gonna build brand new ones that are part of the this corner, I guess.
So you planning to knock down this one as well?
I might leave this one, depending on how much of it I can reproduce.
I've gotten pretty good at reproducing a lot of these buildings, as you've seen.
Yeah. Yeah, so go for it. I'll be more. I have the quarry master, but I'll be a lot more meticulous with that.
Before we go any further, I need to log out and log back in because I got a visual bug and it's driving me nuts.
All right. What's the? Oh, all right. I'll just stay in here.
It might kick you. It might kick you out. If it does, I'll resend the code.
Oh, good.
And doing some Moria. Let me fire the game back up.
Yes, sir. Moria. I wonder if I play a sound alert, does it show for both of us or just my channel when we're collaborating?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Let's try it. Yeah, so Twitch answered my question. Only visible in FireManeDavy's channel. Yeah. That'd be cool. I wonder if there is a way to like integrate a soundboard for both.
If you use like voice mod, yeah. Sent you the code.
Thank you.
Thank you for the follow, Special K. Welcome to the house of Toth. Hope you enjoy your stay.
Yeah.
And just a quick heads up, on my end of things, I am a family friendly channel, so because of the companies I work with.
No
So how you
problem.
doing, Special?
I will rein in my my sailor mouth.
They won't hear you in Discord, but I'm letting chat know
Okay, cool.
because I still got some of my Skull and Bones people watching and stuff now, and the auto model kick in.
Yeah, Special K's actually made a lot of my emotes too. So basically all of my emotes actually.
Yeah, I just got some more emotes done for my channel.
Nice.
Thank you for the follow. Is it Nolia Blue?
Yeah, that's call her Sleepy, but she's she also plays. Met her through RTM, and then we started playing, like, her and Special K. We all started playing Valheim together.
Alright, well, I know you're building over here. If you're wanting to knock down all these buildings, go for it, because I know you're gonna incorporate it into your build. That'll just save me some time.
Yeah. Don't worry, I will do right by the area.
You're fine. I ain't worried about it. I make a mental note of it because I've spent over a year rebuilding this place and I don't want to miss anything. That's all.
Alrighty.
Beyond that, I don't care.
Wonder if I could get a Axe Beard and all the other dudes to come and build in here. I'll let them know. I'm sure they'll add their little hunting lodges and stuff.
Well, what I want to do, my overall long-term goal is to turn the city back into a living, functioning city. So I've got the Emerald Gate area. I want to set up like a marketplace. So I'm thinking that first chamber, Grand Chamber, would be ideal for a hunting lodge area because the east gate coming out of Moria and going into Lorien originally, and in Lotro there's actually a hunting lodge up there.
Oh, nice. Man, I really need to... I tried to get back into LOTRO, but... I don't know. Like, I played through the...
a lot of patience. I've been playing that game since day one.
Yeah, like, I played it a little bit back in the day, and then, like, I tried to pop back into it, and I was just like, man, like, I was remembering how much time it took me to, like, do some of the basic stuff the first time around, and I was like, man, am I really gonna sink that much time again? And then, I don't know, it was like it's a lot better nowadays, so plays a lot better. It's a lot smoother now with what they upgraded to 64-bit servers finally. And they have some custom servers now where you can, like, level up faster if you want. That's how I played WoW a lot too, was through a private server where, like, they turned the experience gain, like, way up, and you could just, like, PvP right away if you wanted to. It's mainly a PvP server, but yeah.
Yeah, I get you.
You cut out for a little bit there.
No, I said I hear you.
Oh. Yeah, one of my buddies, his name's Tony. Don't really talk to him much nowadays, but last time I talked to him, he went into the military, came back out, and I talked to him for a little bit after that. I haven't heard from him since, but he used to play with me on that WoW server, and he used to be, like, one of the best mages in that server, which is crazy because
What server?
it was a private one. I forget what it was called, but like I forget, he was like an orc mage or something. He usually goes by Azzy Bear or Azzy, Azzy.
I got you.
What the heck just happened there? I just like dropped to the floor with like no fall animation at all.
This is gonna be fun. But no, I've got different areas earmarked for different construction ideas. Like one area I want to turn into like a military, like a straight up military wing that has like barracks, weapon shop, that whole shenanigans, all that.
Nice.
And then another would be like living area and so forth.
For the Elven Quarters specific?
The Elven Quarters specifically, I had it in mind to be basically the farm district. But run with whatever design you're running with, because that's I already told you to go for it.
I'm surprised that the floor for this building wasn't actually a floor, but like a stone thing, like that they had placed. It's kind of strange looking.
Honestly, I'm surprised I've held onto this old seed map as long as I have. With all the old build pieces.
It's actually pretty popular. Well, not so popular, but it's pretty common in the RTM Discord for people to have super old world save files for those extra pieces that left the game forever ago. And they were talking about trying to put them back into the game at some point, but with like no promises, right? But the main reason that they haven't put them into the game, or one of the bigger reasons, ended up being that like some of the pieces were 3 blocks high, while most of the other in-game pieces are usually 4 blocks. But yeah. Originally, they told us a long time ago that they removed them for stability reasons. But
well, the stability reasons I understand, because back before they finally got around to doing the fix for stability, you had a lot of stability issues. Like these buildings, a lot of them I could go and repair it, and then as soon as I'd finish repairing it and leave the area and come back, everything I repaired would fall apart.
yeah, that loading bug was pretty bad for a long time. I had a lot of stuff blow up like that too.
Yeah, it finally got to where I stopped playing for a little bit to give them time to fix it. I'm like, I'm not quitting, but I can't do anything of what I want to do until you guys fix this. I've got too much in the works, and I've come too far with this restoration job to just abandon the project. I'm like, nope, I'll wait it out.
I went the opposite direction with that, and I started building stuff that would like, with the intent that it would potentially fall apart in in a day or so. So I would build things to because it would stay like stable as long as like I was in the session, right? As long as you were like in the session, and so I would rush build all of these things in hopes that like it would stand long enough for me to get a video of it for like Reddit or Discord, and then it would fall apart, and I'd be like, oh well.
I got you.
Yeah. It in turn though that's made me very. The term described to me was like maybe I'm too chill about stuff breaking apart nowadays, but
As much time as I've put into this and trying to restore it for reasons, yeah, I've got a great deal of patience, but I was just like, come on guys, y'all gotta figure this out. I've had other content creators say, why are you putting so much effort into this? You've already beat the game, just play something else. It's a no content game. I said, wrong. As a content creator, you have to be able to make content no matter what you're playing. It's not supposed to be the game's responsibility to give you all the content and you just simply enjoy and reap the rewards. And Moria has plenty of content to it if you actually have an imagination.
I've never gotten too deep into that. I'm still pretty new as like a, I guess, content creator to the whole scene and stuff, so I don't really like understand the mindset of like moving on from a game the second that you beat it.
They do it to ride the views.
Yeah.
It's not so much about trying to be really entertaining, or building a loyal following in any one community. It's like going wherever that will give them the most bang for their buck. Which is why most streamers, smaller streamers, tend to do a lot better in the long run, because they'll stay with a given community a lot longer than any of the big guys, because they're like locusts. They go from one game to the next.
Yeah, I know it's not the same, but it kind of feels like how like when I was growing up, when like buying the new Call of Duty was like a must-have kind of thing. And like it got to a point where there were so many Call of Duties at some point or another that I was just like, I can't keep up to it. I can't keep up. Like it's just too much stuff. It's the same game. It's the same game, more or less, with a different theme to it every single time. And it's cool and it's fun with your friends, but I can't keep following my friends down this pipeline where every year they spend $60 to $80 on a brand new Call of Duty. Like I'll let the game sit out for a while.
I don't blame you there.
It's gotten to the point too now where like if my current group of friends buy a game, right, I assess the price of it at this point, and I'm just like, well, if it's like an indie game and it's like $10, I'm like, all right, it's no big loss for me, you know, $5, $10, indie game that they play for like 2 weeks. All right, that's fine. But if it's like a $50 game that they only play for 2 weeks, I'm not gonna do it.
Don't blame you.
the storm finally coming down there, or is it still going?
No.
Dang.
Give me just a second, guys.
Alright. It's always never, it's like 50-50 with these structures, these old structures. Either they break when you break something, or they have ungodly stability, and no matter how many pieces you destroy, it doesn't seem to like to break. Where's the go back in your home sound when I need it? Is it just me, or am I running out of stamina so fast? I think I've eaten like 5 limbuses. Sag. It's okay. I saw you guys added the new ones, the new Spaceball sounds. Oh, alright. I will keep that in mind. My friend Max has a habit of sending me memes that I'm like very cautious about opening in public, and now I've gotten into the habit of like turning down my mic, sounds before I open my phone. Before I open it, and I like try to listen to it on low volume to see if like I can gauge what it is. Because one time, he sent me one with, you know, inappropriate sounds, so...
Back gang.
Hello.
Actually, I need to switch my music over. I'm gonna be doing some Lord of the Rings stuff. I need Lord of the Rings music to go with it.
Nice. I actually have some, ambient music. I usually play it for my, like, building stream sometimes. I've gotten into the habit of, like, not doing that so much anymore, because if I'm, like, having a conversation, I find it really difficult to concentrate on the conversation. Oh, if you're interested, Toth, I got the soundbite for when Thorin Oakenshield is shouting the battle cry at the Battle of and Azulbazar.
Orban Kaz.
Dubekar. Yeah. Went in the little flashback in The Hobbit.
Yeah.
I still need to grab the gift for it though, and that's been a little bit more difficult. I have the full, like, what is it, like 17-second, 30-second sound clip for it. What? I killed a wolf as he was howling. He stayed in the howl animation, and like I couldn't hit him anymore because I dealt 100 damage right away, and he just like fell over, like on his side, just like flat, like kind of like ragdoll animation.
Yeah, you can definitely tell they used the world editing tool to build these buildings, because you got stuff jammed up into the rocks. I'm just like, and I still ask myself constantly, did it really not occur to them that once people like me and many others like me, builders, get on this game and start tinkering and building, just how far we would go with our builds?
I don't think they did.
Everybody always underestimates the builders. Even though in almost any survival game, the builders is probably the most important, because they're the ones that usually are the backbone of the team.
I consider.
Go
ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, I consider the building to be like one of the main crutches of a survival game. Like if you're doing a survival crafting game, right? Like the pillars are, you know, good survival mechanics, good decent combat mechanics, and pretty good building mechanics. And I don't know, like it recently came up in conversation, but I'd asked, you know, if I had recalled that a long time ago that they said something. Maybe I misheard or misunderstood, but I'd asked about them like reworking the building system to add more degrees of rotation or something. And I guess like some other people that I know had said like, well, we're not sure if they actually ever said that specifically. And I'm like, wasn't it like in their Forge talk, right? But I guess it wasn't. I don't know if I like misheard them, or maybe if I need to go back and listen to it myself. But I swore they said so, and it's gotten to the point, I think, where they wouldn't want them to divert so many resources to changing the entire build system if it takes away from other content that they want, right? So like a lot of people really want NPC companions, so like goats and stuff. And
I get it.
And yeah, like I do too, but I would also like to have more degrees of rotation than the 90-degree location, you know? So hello, Werner. You're for.
Here, that building's complete. That didn't need a lot of work. That works for me. I got to thumbing through some of the old lore for Lord of the Rings all the way back to the Cimmerillion and then the First War, where they defeated Morgoth. And as near as I can tell, of the Balrog that Morgoth summoned from the realm of fire, the ones that survived the war, about a dozen or so actually survived the war. So the only one we ever hear about is the one they find in the Misty Mountains. So there's at least 11 others scattered around Middle Earth that nobody knows where they're at.
Sleeping.
They went into hiding because they were being hunted by basically Gandalf and the others. But when they couldn't find them, they'd assumed they were either gone or had sealed themselves away. So somewhere in Middle Earth there are 11 more Balrog, give or take.
Good, no, there's a lot of people that talk about wanting to fight a Balrog, and I'm like, I'm not sure if our one dwarf could fight a Balrog.
No, you really don't.
I mean, like, you know, just one dwarf. You don't even have a ring of power, first of all. And then, I don't know, Gandalf could barely beat the Balrog, and he technically died doing so. They just, like, brought him back.
Okay, let me point something out here. The reason for that is because while in Middle Earth, the wizards are forbidden from using their full power. Even when fighting creatures like that. They're not allowed to use their true form or full power because of how devastating, as any one of them are strong enough that if they wanted to in their true form, they could literally wipe the slate clean.
Cool.
Most people don't realize that Gandalf and the other wizards that came to Middle Earth from the Undying Lands, and who they serve, and their true forms. There's nothing in Middle Earth that could stand against them. But when they entered Middle Earth, they were told they could never use their full power, ever. They could influence, they could inspire, but they were forbidden from using their full power.
So that means
had
that
he used,
go ahead,
had he actually used his full power, he could have easily just blown the Balrog to bits and been done with it.
I was about to say that, like, Gandalf could, like, go Super Saiyan. Is basically like the
is the easiest way to put it. Him and the others are, as he says when he's standing on the bridge, he's a wielder of the flame of Arnor. Most people don't realize that for them to be even physically seen in Middle Earth, they had to take on a human form. And with that, they had to basically play by certain rules. Sauron is actually one of their number, or was, till he went renegade. At least in the power ranking of creatures created in that mythos, until Morgoth corrupted him. The only one that actually knew how powerful Gandalf actually was Galadriel.
Well, wasn't she like? No, she wasn't. Right? She wasn't in. She wasn't that. I know her. She was She's just a really strong elf.
No, she was one. She was from Balnor.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah.
She was one of the last remaining of the elves that survived the original voyage from Balnor. Most of the others, sorry, had
You're
either
good.
died in battle or had returned to Valnor, but she was one of the last ones in Middle Earth. Grandmother to Arwen Evening Star.
Nice.
For those that didn't know.
So that means that Aragorn got with the granddaughter of Art Galadriel.
Yep.
Nice.
It's like with, well, here's the thing. Let me explain this to you. Elrond and his brother. Elrond chose to live as an Eldar. His brother chose to become the first king of man.
Did you cut off or?
No, I stop a minute. I have to stop between talking.
Oh, no problem.
It's hard on the lungs right now.
Okay, no problem.
Oh, me. To put it in context, Elrond's twin brother, both being half. Long story short, he chose a mortal life and became the first king of Numenor.
Nice.
Okay, to put it in context, Aragorn, the king, the Isildur, is a descendant of Elros, Elrond's brother.
Ooh. Okay, so they're all like.
They're all related. They would have never have allowed him to be raised in Rivendell if it weren't for that. Most people don't catch that, but the elves are protective of their own. But they did pass laws to stop the intertwining of mortal and Eldar. So the few bloodlines that still persisted, they watched over. And when the Dunedain largely got wiped out, that just left a very small scattered handful. I guess no one actually has paid much close attention to that little tidbit in the Lord of the Rings lore.
What, that they're related? That they're all related?
Yeah. And then I'm like, and then I've had to explain it to some. I'm like, you do realize how long elves live, right? Unless they're killed in battle or from poison, they don't die.
Cool. I like having these extra stuff to build with. It gives me some more ideas for accenting stuff.
I'm trying to repair this roof.
Oh, one of the buildings way over there.
Yeah, I'm finishing up the last one over here. So I'll be very glad to have it done.
The world as a whole?
Oh, just this phase of the building, really. I mean, considering I've been working on it for over a year.
Yeah, it's one of the longer parts. I know a lot of people that just, they repair the buildings and stuff. They like to try and restore what they think the buildings might look like.
I've actually taken the time to figure it out. That's what's taken me so long.
later today, gotta take my dog back to the vet for a follow-up appointment. It's not for another like couple hours or so, but I think last time I told you we were putting like eardrops in his ears and stuff. He had a ear infection.
I got you.
And he's been very, very difficult about the getting his ears.
Dogs don't like it when you mess with their ears too much.
Oh yeah, it's crazy. No amount of treat or bribery will get him to come over to you if he sees that you have that little bottle of, you know, ear flush basically.
Yeah.
And the antibiotic.
Yeah, my friend's dog would when he would go to do ear treatments, he'd actually call me and say, "Hey, dude, can you come over?" I said, "Let me guess, eardrops?" He's like, "Yeah." We would actually have to pin the dog down because his dog would bite him.
Oh shit.
He would go into aggressive mode. He did not want them eardrops.
Yeah. My dog does it. He hasn't gotten to the point of biting, thank goodness, but like he'll try and, you know, struggle his way out. You try to hold him down, you know, he don't like it. No, he doesn't like it either at all. So you gotta almost wrestle with him to get him those eardrops.
Yeah.
I used to wrestle with him for fun too, because he's a high energy dog. When he was a lot younger, he was a little jerk. And then one day I gave him a treat. I gave him a piece of barbecue chicken from what's it called? Texas Roadhouse.
Oh God, you spoiled him.
Yeah. Yeah, I gave him so like I don't know what it was. So long story short, because I've told the story before, but the dog Kai is his name. He wasn't my dog to begin with, right? He was my sister's dog. And so when my sister couldn't take care of him no more, I was like, all right, well, I don't want you to give the dog to some random stranger, right? Who knows who they are, right? Just keep the dog in the family. I'll take care of him until you can again. And we met halfway. I picked him up. My sister didn't have a lot of time to like take care of him, you know, because she was working full time and stuff.
Yeah.
And so he didn't have a lot of the good behaviors. He was like resource guarding and stuff, so he would talk back to me. He still does, but like in his little like grumbly way, you know, old man way. And so
Oh, I get it.
So he would fight me, try to fight me, you know, like not bite or anything, but like he would like, among other things, he would like try to like mouth my hand or whatever, be protective of his food, even though I was the one giving it to him.
Yeah.
So I had to treat him off of that, and the way that I did that was by feeding with my hand for forever. And one day I finally, it still didn't do much good. It was getting better, but one day I was just like, you know what? I'm just going to give him some leftover barbecue chicken I got from Texas Roadhouse. And ever since then, he's been my best buddy.
Gee, I wonder why.
I know. Right?
Bribery will get you everywhere.
Good boy. Yeah, and then slowly, surely, he started learning stuff, you know, positive reinforcement. And he, now he's spoiled. Well, I spoiled the crap out of him, but yeah. At some point or another, my sister was like, you know what, he's doing really good with you. You can keep him, you know, like, I don't think I'm going to be able to getting into a place to, you know, take care of him anytime soon. So He's basically your dog anyway, you know, because I paid for like his neutering and his vaccinations and all the other stuff, you know. So
Yeah.
but yeah, now he's still really spoiled. Still has a nice little vet plan and stuff.
Well, that's it for the buildings in the Elven Quarter, aside from the one-year building.
I'm like almost done with like the exterior of it, and then I can start getting into the interior.
Are you needing elven wood or ironwood?
I'm actually going back right now to get stuff for a Duran's lamp, or not a Duran's lamp, sorry, the sun lamps.
Yeah.
Because I'm gonna grow some trees up front. See, I don't need many. Maybe like 2. I replanted some of your stuff in there too. The olive blooms and the, what's it called? Onions.
Yeah, I always plan to actually build rows all the way across to turn it into a giant garden. I just hadn't gotten around to it because I've been busy with the rebuild.
No problem.
I've been very methodical going from section to section. If you want to snatch some of the stuff out of here, the plant stuff, go for it.
Alrighty, I just replanted the olive blooms because I've been making limbus bread. So, and also the Elbereth blessings, I think. So I've just been putting those in the chest back at your base.
I can't interact with those things you put down, those int things.
Really? Oh well, they haven't grown anything yet. You have that. Those are one of the. Those are things that you like are still tied to that old mechanic, along with the tree growing that you have to like
I
sleep.
get you.
So
Okay, well,
whenever.
I'd have to go. Yeah, I'd have to go.
So whenever we get around to like sleeping, they'll grow based on number of days passed, whatever it is, number of sleeps you've done.
Yeah.
Oh, duh.
Hold on. Time to check weather report.
All good. Hey Cicero, how you doing? All right, no problem. I see.
Mother Nature's getting ready to rumble again. I knew it was getting too quiet.
and my buddy lives. I don't think it's the same place you live in, but he lives in Ohio, and he tells me about like all the storms that roll through a lot of the time, the tornadoes that roll through sometimes, these snowstorms and stuff.
Yeah, it can get pretty ugly here. I know I need to do work on the stair there by the Bridge of Cause of Doom, but I need to see where I'm gonna start rebuilding stuff here, because this is all wood. I don't even know if I'm gonna be able to rebuild this area because of the default mechanics of the zone with the constant cave-ins.
Oh, yeah.
This is the one part of the map I might not be able to do anything with.
Yeah, you can build a roof, but I think it'll like
A roof doesn't stop it.
Yeah, it'll still drop down.
Well, take for instance, if you look at my screen, if you look at my stream right now, I'm literally looking at the void of the world. I found this here early on. I tested it one day. I took everything off and then come down here, and yeah.
Sheesh.
Whatever goes in there, you ain't getting back.
Yeah, I've had one like that a long time ago.
Nice. And look over to my left.
That's cool. I never seen the world from like the outside.
Yeah.
It's
so
funny.
in a way, I kind of like have a dev's view of things.
I was always I'd ask the devs like, what does it look like when you're like outside the map in dev mode or whatever, like, you know, looking at all the rooms and how they connect and stuff. So now I have my answer.
Weirdly enough, I don't know where that room's at. I have not found that room.
The room I'm in is the Elven Quarter.
No, the room that I'm looking at from here. It should be to the left, which should make it one of this chamber on the map. But it's not there. I think that's some like unreleased content.
Oh yeah, I am further away than that room.
Curiosity, man. Curiosity.
I'm sure you could fly there at some point. Turn on the dev.
Yeah.
Turn on the. There is a mod to turn on dev console, but I would be careful with that. Like, make a cut backup of your world, because it's really easy to
crash. Yes.
Really easy to mess up your world too. At the store. Why are people uncivilized? You know, I avoid the store myself, so I couldn't tell you. Nowadays, me and my wife order for, you know, people to come and drop off food at our house, and we pay them, you know, extra to do that. So we like Instacart people. Instacart or Costco's whole delivery thing. You can schedule it. It's pretty nice. We always leave money for the people that deliver, because we live on the top floor. So people have to come up like, you know, like 3 flights of stairs or something 3 or 4 flights of stairs depending on where they park.
After all this time, the dragon's body's still here.
Still there, smoldering.
There's nothing to feast on it, so it's gonna rot.
Well, you sing the mining song about it. You gotta make stew. You liking the game? You're asking... What the hell is that noise? Oh, I'll go and defend that. Oh, you found the little ball rugs later that they added?
Yeah.
We got orcs. That's one more for me.
Oh, I like it all, Arch. I've been playing it for some time. Right now I'm in a real rebuilding phase of fixing everything up.
That's all you got.
Yeah, I like the game too. I've been playing like 1,300 hours of the game. Approaching 14, I think. 1,400. But that's because I like, that's how I, like my stuff, like Lord of the Rings and dwarves and survival craft, so it, like, checks off all the boxes for me. Some Gundabad orcs raided, but I killed them, so you're good. I repaired everything. Joining me today, Cicero, is Toth. He's a streamer on Twitch, and he does a little bit of everything. He was playing some Skull and Bones earlier, and I'm building a thing in his world because we've been meaning to like get together for a while.
Yeah, but what, like I said, what my end goal is wanting to do is is basically maybe get a couple of builders on here, and then we just each, and they, you know, I'll give them a basic idea of what I'm going for in each section, and then turn them loose, because the end goal is to make it look like a living city again, and then eventually I'll make a copy that, you know, the devs can put it to use, or it'll just be like a bank world or something I could use for events or whatever. Don't know yet. Hadn't settled on that idea definitely, but as much time and effort as I put into restoration work, I'm thinking that Bar, which is basically the deepest mines that has all the cave-in stuff, I'm honestly thinking about just leaving it just like it is, because it sits right on top of where the Balrog's lair and the dragon was. I'm thinking about just leaving it exactly how it is, because I've repaired all the other areas. So all I need to do is get the crystal descent finished up, and then some adjustments here and there, and then start doing custom builds where I want them.
corpse.
Alright, guys, I need to take a short little break, grab some food that was fixed, and I shall return.
Alrighty. And then there was just Davy. Hello. How are you all? Cicero's out here buying eggs, everybody. That means he is a millionaire. Just like when people have dozens of Lego sets. That's how you know they're rich. It's really nice to be able to play with all these old pieces. It's funny, I never noticed about these old pieces, actually. So strange to have just this part as a piece looking back on it. Now I can focus on the bigger parts of this. Landed at base. Are you potentially in the military, Cicero? Currently? Landed at base. I know these terms from some other people I know who are in the military. Yo, what's up, Yak? How you doing? I was retired. Nice. How you doing, man? Yak. I'm with my buddy Toth here. He's taking a break at the moment, but went into his world. We've been meaning to get together for a while, for the stream together. So I finally learned how to do a stream together on Twitch, which was interesting. And then I'm just in his world right now, building. And his goal is to have a bunch of builders come into his world and rebuild and return to Moria, basically. Make it into like a hub, or stuff that people can use, you know. That sort of thing. What games have you been playing today, or recently, Yak? I saw you started some Borderlands. Borderlands 3. Heard Borderlands 3 was alright in gameplay, but not so great in the story. Nice. Okay. Second floor. Start about right here. Can't go too high. Otherwise, I'm gonna be hitting the ceiling, and that won't look good.
I'm back, gang. Appreciate your patience.
Hey.
Get over to the crystal descent.
What'd you miss? Cicero. Okay, back. What'd I miss? Nothing much. So I'm here with my buddy Toth. We're building. He has a world we've been meaning to get together and build. He wants to turn a bunch of builders loose at his world to have like a function later on for either roleplay or something to that effect, or sending it to the devs. So I'm here building in his Elven Quarter in this corner area, and he has all the he has all the old 1.0 pieces as well, so there's that. This world. Cicero says, he's on YouTube, by the way. Cicero says, nice to miss you. Seen you in Discord.
Likewise.
Yeah.
Yeah, this staircase at the Crystal Descent has been quite a chore for both me and
Meat, he says.
Papa Bear to mess with.
I know there's a couple of people that have done it. They're in the Discord, and I can point you in their direction if you guys ever need some insight on how they did things or something. Yo, what's up? 300 Blackout.
How's it going, 300?
Oh, I'm out of granite. It is the same Toth from Discord. Cicero.
There we go.
I need some granite. Grab some.
Help.
Also, I killed some more orcs, so I got some more skulls.
Nice.
Yeah. Been thinking about like gathering a bunch of those and making a huge room with a bunch of orc skulls.
Yeah. Yeah, what me and Papa Bear were trying to do with the staircase was strengthen it up to make the sides have more support, so it wouldn't have so many stability issues. It's just a lot of work because of the confined building space.
Oh, yeah, I've been playing on the controller for a long time. Cicero. Yeah, no, I just noticed, because I have a bunch of friends who are in the military, and so I noticed that when you said landing at base, I have a friend who says that as a way to refer that he's, like, almost home, basically. Because of, like, all the trips that they would make and, you know, a lot of other good stuff. So I've got a bunch of friends who are like in the Navy and the Army and whatnot, the Marines. One of my biggest friends, Tony, from a while back is his name. He was one of my old friends from like middle school, basically. He went into the Marines, I believe. Another dude that I knew from band went into the Navy. He was stationed in Germany for a while, and Japan. Sorry, no, just Japan. The friend that was in the Army was stationed somewhere in Germany. Hey, Iscolette, how you doing? Hi, babe. Super Pineapples is my wife. So... I am building... Not sure what it will be, but I have a general vibe for it. This is what I have so far. It's looking pretty good from the outside. And I might make it 2-story, but I'm not sure yet if I want to make it 2-story. It's already quite tall, so... Plus, if I make it 2-story, it'll touch the ceiling, and that'll look weird. This is the front entrance. I have some trees right here. Well, one of the entrances. And I got my little sign right here that I'm working on it, so...
That'll work.
Meowdy. Meowdy-doo. How are you? Taking a break from a challenge at the moment. Great builds here too, so it helps me. Nice, yeah. Always happy to give building tips and or inspo. I post a lot of that stuff on my Discord too, if anyone's interested, but like my inspo for building certain things. Like the one thing that I'm working on and that I call Dwarf Chateau, I took inspo from like basically looking at a bunch of like Warhammer 40k cathedrals and like the interiors of those, because those are like really elaborate and also based on like real life stuff sometimes.
Most of it, the creator that did all that 40k lore, most of it is directly, the cathedral design and stuff is pulled directly from like Gothic medieval Europe.
Nice. Yeah, so I I was right on the dot there, looking at that kind of stuff. Can't make anything gothic yet in Return to Moria, but it would be cool if we could. Gothic dwarf buildings. Give me a sec to go find you on Twitch. 40k has so much more potential than they are putting out IMO. It's yeah, like 40k is really good right now. I'm kind of like barely into 40k myself. It's more so that my friends are into 40k. I'm more into the fantasy stuff and the old world content because, you know, dwarves. And yeah, they did put out Leagues of Votan, but it's not quite the same. I know in first edition they had the squats for 40k, which are basically the same thing. Yeah, they put out Leagues of Votan not too long ago. I always thought Dwarven style kind of gothic mixed with some Art Deco. Nice.
Well, the thing about the dwarves is the handful that survived the fall of their world basically were enslaved by the Empire of Man, and they were kept alive because of their skill as forge masters.
In 40k?
Yeah. When the dwarves, when their world fell to the Tyranid, the handful that survived were basically offered refuge at the point of a gun by the Empire of Man, and they kept them alive on a forge world because of their, like I said, to make weapons and stuff because their skill was unequaled.
I think that's like my friends were talking about how like the dwarves were kind of written out of the universe, and I think that's probably what you're referring to.
They were. They literally, that's where they ended them for a long time, and people kept demanding that they bring them back. They're like, you have the dwarven lore in the fantasy world, and then you just stopped it in the 40k.
Yeah.
And the reason for that is because so few of the dwarves survived the fall of their world. It was a very small handful that lived. And originally they weren't slaves to the Empire Man, they were refugees, but as the Empire Man in itself dwindled and started internal conflict with itself and fell to corruption, that changed from them being refugees to being made basically slaves.
Thanks for the follows, Cicero, on Twitch. Yeah, they, what was it? My friends were telling me that Leagues of Votan was kind of like the new way that they're introducing quote-unquote dwarves, even though technically Leagues of Votan are technically humans. They're technically humans because of like the cloning stuff that they've done, right? So basically the lore is that like they've cloned themselves so much, they're humans that have cloned themselves so much that they like became essentially permanently short. And so they're referred to in their lore, like they went into hiding, right? Because some of them are actually squats, and they hid their core worlds basically from the Empire, and so whenever their fleets were found, right, people would think in the Warhammer 40k universe, like the Empire or whatever it is, that whenever they encountered a fleet of Votan squats, whatever, that's all there was, because the decimation of their world and stuff. But actually, they were hiding their several core worlds that they have, and now the clans are called kindreds, and each kindred is like the equivalent of like a Warhammer, like fantasy clan, if you will. And so there's like the Great Durian League of kindred, basically. That's the largest one, and and in the lore they're the ones that like vote. Like all of the core worlds come together and they vote on how they want to position their troops against like Chaos and the Tyranids and stuff. And so the Great Durian League is one of like great smiths and weapon crafters who basically like come together and voted to take defensive positions along their core worlds against Chaos. So it's a really interesting how they reintroduced the lore. There's some like new stuff that they introduced with that too, but it's not as cool as some of the old dwarf stuff. I will say that, but I am kind of biased in there. Yeah, there's a lot of really cool illustration art too of Leagues of Votann. One of which my friends keep sending me. Hold on, I need to find it. Find it on my. I think I re-downloaded that photo a while ago. Wait, I did. It's on my Discord. In my little Warhammer. Man, I'm so glad. I'm so glad that I have a Warhammer tag.
Well, that won't place. I'm starving again.
Oh yeah, I found it. Okay, so I'll show stream right now. Let's see. I want to show. What do I want to show? Discord. Screen 1, screen 2. Screen 2. Yeah. Alright, guys, so this is Leagues of Votann. These are Leagues of Votann. If you wanted to take a look, Toth, on my stream.
I know what they are.
Oh, yeah, cool. So, they look so dope, dude. Look at that dwarf, very dwarfy guy with the hammer and the beard. And the mage. It's really dope. The power armor and stuff. I love it. It's amazing. Okay, back to building.
Yeah, I'm actually trying to connect the wall up high enough so that we can put the top of the stairs to rest on it, so it will brace it and strengthen it, increase the stability.
Nice. I'm gonna go back to the forge really quick. I need to pick up some. Out of curiosity, how many hero tokens do you have? Do you have quite a lot? For like statues and stuff.
But no.
Shoot.
I have to. That's one thing I'm slacking on.
I'll check how much you have, and if you don't mind, I could bring in some more from Firemane Keep, because I have quite a lot.
That's entirely up to you.
let's check this out. Yeah, 12 hero tokens. Alright, I'm gonna pop out of the world really quick, and I'll bring back a stack of hero tokens. Oh, I'm probably gonna load in the Elven Quarter myself. Shoot. Have you ever played Darktide yet, Toth?
No.
It's
I'm aware of it.
It's basically like Vermintide, but the 40k version.
Yeah.
And they're adding a new class in there called Arbites. Arbites. It's coming out soon. Hold on. I just locking up my door. Hey, bud. No, he's gonna lay down. Come on. We let in the doggos. Come here. Say hi to the strangers on the internet. Come here. And some friends. This has got like a rhino ball too. This one. And he's got this too. He's got Kaiba has a Costco executive dog membership card. Mom's gonna be vacuuming. That's why you're curious on the door. He doesn't like the noise. Super high pitch for him.
That I can understand.
What's wrong, buddy? It's alright. Let mom mop or something, whatever she's doing. I saw a genius idea on TikTok a while ago for like someone that some like other like smaller streamer who like her be right back screen is, I don't know if you ever watched the show Ed, Edd n Eddy. It's older cartoon from like the 90s and the early 2000s. But in that show there's a boy whose friend is Plank. And it's basically just a board of wood with, like, you know, 2 eyes drawn on it with a smiley face. And so she has a 2x4 just sit in the chair for her. while she's gone, and then like, and it's hilarious because like when she's gone and Plank is just there in the chair, like her views just jump way up. Angry Beavers was really good too. I enjoyed that one. I also enjoyed Cow and Chicken. Cow and Chicken. And Courage the Cowardly Dog was another classic. Oh. Ooh, okay. The dumb one, lol. Butter toast. Oh, I think it's this one. Yeah. I like all the episodes where like Ed, have you ever cleaned your bed? And he's like, no, and they like pull like an old grilled cheese from it or something. It's nasty. Okay, I brought quite a lot in here, so I have a lot of these things. So let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Every once in a while, I'll run across the hero statues. I just don't get a lot of them.
Oh, doggies! I need about 4 statues, I think. So.
Sorry, I didn't mean myself.
Oh, good. I heard the dog.
Yeah, she won't shut up.
My dog's like staring at the door right now. I don't know if you can see him in the background behind me. Like, he knows that there's mopping or vacuuming going on in the background. See how far along are these guys? ×2 only at the moment. Sunion's already. I brought around 1,100 or so hero tokens if you ever get around to like building statues or something. So.
No, I was gonna have to go collect them at some point. I don't have a whole lot with the little things that they drop on of them actually spawning.
Yeah, they don't drop very often anymore. We were talking about it in the Discord not too long ago that they don't seem to drop too often anymore these days. Hero tokens.
see the reference to multi-streaming's making its way back around to Twitter again. I swear somebody reposted that just to see what they could stir up.
What's the... Sorry, I'm out of the loop on that one.
Back when Twitch first announced multi-streaming, they very clearly, in the rules section of it, put that you could multi-stream. They encouraged it, but it came with a restriction that you could not advertise the other platforms, meaning if you're multi-streaming, that's fine, but don't mention the names of the other platforms you're streaming on. And one in particular. And they were very adamant about it. And for the life of me, people apparently didn't pay attention to that and continued to do it. They also said, do not link your chats to where it displays that other platform on our site. They were very clear about it. And people didn't want to listen, and a couple of people got banned for it, and people flew off the hinges about it, and I was like, how much dynamite does somebody have to detonate between your ears before you listen?
Oh, I had no idea that that was even a rule, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it was when they first implemented multi-streaming. I watched when Clancy made the announcement at TwitchCon, and I immediately went to reading, and clear as day they put it in there, and I went around and I told all the streamers I knew that I had dealings with. I was like, do not do this. And they're like, well, I'm gonna do it anyway. Let them stop me. They can't ban all of us. I'm like, you really want to wager that?
Oh, well, you don't think they can ban all of you, but they might, one by one, at some point.
All they've got to do is ban very key figures in certain genres to ring bells and get people's attention. It's effective, but it'll send the message they want. And people are like, well, I'm like, no, you don't want to listen to the rules, so you figure you're going to do whatever you want to do. And then when you get caught, you cry wolf. I said, it's like watching a pack of 2-year-olds in a nursery.
Cicero.
One of the people on my stream team got busted 2 nights ago, and he's fuming about it. And I'm like, dude, me and 6 others told you not to do it. And he cussed us out for even trying to tell him and warn him. We're like, find out, hardhead.
Cicero asks, he said, I asked this to Axebeard and Jupo, to both of you guys, what is your standout moment in the game? You can't say the dragon. It's a good question. So, like, it could be, like, any moment in the game, that I just found, like, you know, really cool. Really, like it's a memorable moment. I would say the first time that you walk into the Elven Quarter was pretty impactful for me. Like, when you first walk in, you mine through, and then the music plays, and then I remember playing the game for the first time and looking around and the music was playing, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is awesome. And that's when I decided I loved the game, I think. Pretty early on into the game, too, but it's between that and the, and seeing Dorodelf, the upper city, for the first time. What about you, Toth?
I'm thinking on that one. There's been a couple of different moments to be actual. I'd say the Tomb of the Kings, when I first went in there and it clicked in my head what that represented, I put my axe away and shield, and I was like, no weapons here.
Hmm.
As odd as it might sound, I'm a little odd about fighting in tombs. I'm the same way in ROR. There's a little place in one of the PvP zones where there's actual headstones of people that have died, and that one place, I will not draw a weapon. Ever.
Cicero says it was the first orc town for you. For him. Yeah, like seeing that's cool. That's another cool moment. Seeing a descendant of Azog still alive.
Yeah, for
me,
about a few seconds before I decided to split his skull open.
Yeah, I did. You know what? I did think that like his placement in the game is quite odd. Like he's the very first orc chief. He's the only named orc chief, and then you kill him quite quickly. I mean, like he is kind of difficult if it's like your first time playing, and you don't know about the armor mechanic, right? But I would say like overall, it's a pretty quick fight for such a what would be like a really big figure in the world. I kind of feel like you almost shouldn't be able to kill him that easily, you know? Like he should be an enemy that you consistently fight throughout Cause of Doom constantly until maybe the very end. That's just my opinion. I mean, like I would also like them to name the other orc war chiefs, because besides him, since he's the only named orc chief, it feels like every other orc war chief is just kind of, just there, and then they die, and it's kind of insignificant, you know. Like I feel like one of the requested features for me for the game would be like you can't necessarily kill Bulgak, and maybe he might like raid your base with a couple of other orcs, on occasion, and that would make it really fun, because then you have like a arch nemesis of sorts, like raiding your base constantly. Well, not constantly, but you know what I mean, it would make it really fun to fight like a raid boss in the game. Or at least have like the ability to refight the bosses if you want, kind of like how in Valheim you can just like go back to the altar and summon them again, if you make the offering.
Give me just a second, Firemane. I gotta clean up a mess from one of the dogs.
No problem.
Yeah, the elderly dog that's 15 he apparently got sick.
Oh, poor dog.
He's a box.
And you cut off mid-sentence there.
I said he's a boxer. He's an elderly dog. He's going on 15 years old.
Aw, super old guy.
It hurts him just trying to get up, move about, but it's my aunt's dog.
Papa Bear popped in and says, "Want some help?"
Yeah, tell him, Papa Bear, I'll get you the code in a minute. I'm not at my computer, so I can't see what's going on.
No problem.
I kind of figured as soon as he'd see me live doing this, he'd jump on. I'm not 100% myself either since I'm fighting with COVID.
Yeah. Sucks that that stuff's still around.
Once the genie's out of the bottle, there ain't no putting it back in.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm working on the crystal the stairs. So yes, could use your help. I fixed some stuff because an entire section fell. Apparently, when I logged in, I heard it crumble all the way from Durin's Forge. One thing about this game is if something crumbles, you'll at least hear it. Then it's a question of figuring out what area it actually fell apart in.
Yeah. Some things have the exact same noise too, so it makes me paranoid at this point where I'm just kind of like, whoa, hold on here. Was that my building or was that something else?
Yeah, that's. I was sitting here looking at the logistics of actually trying to build stuff in Balazar, and I'm like, I've tried building in it before. The problem is with the rock cave-ins, it actually destroys your structures. It does damage to them.
Yeah.
So I'm not
so
sure.
you'll be in
I'm
there
not.
constantly repairing them.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's even going to be worth it to try to re. I've already cleared it out, so it's empty of any critters, but. So with that being said, once the stairs done, technically I could go to phase 2, which is the construction bit.
Xbeard said Spear is OP. Yeah, dude, I told you. I mean, like, the fact that you can animation cancel with the spear makes it broken, so. Like, there's no other weapon in the game that has such a fast animation cancel to attack pattern. Because the what's it called, the one-handed axe has that weird like overhead swing to start with too, so it's kind of slow. The Matic has a pretty fast starting swing, but it's like a side-to-side type thing. Alright, let's do this one. Madoc is really good in my opinion, Cicero. It's a blunt damage weapon, so you'll always deal extra damage to armored enemies. It does decent damage against drakes as well, since drakes are pretty weak to blunt damage. It has pretty high damage overall too, especially with certain runes equipped. I usually run an Orc Bane on it, but you could run anything else if you'd like. Halberd is decent, but it's a slashing weapon. Excuse me. Halberd is decent, but it's a slashing weapon, so you have that to account for. Better than the maul. Well, it's a two-handed weapon, so it'll deal more damage than the maul for sure. You could try if you'd like. You could try running Thunder with you could try running a Thunder rune on the Matic if you want. But yeah, I'd say better than the maul. The only exception, of course, to that is if you're running a Mithril Maul. The Mithril Matic is actually pretty good too, actually. That was the only other weapon you could get for a time after the game ended. The only other Mithril weapon available before they did some stuff to the... They added some more stuff with Sandbox.
Hey, Plum.
Hey, you sound a little bit rough.
What up?
I'm dealing with COVID, that's why.
Yeah, that's what you were saying.
Fireman, this is Plum Loco, an
You
old
met
friend of
last
mine.
Hello. Nice to meet you.
Same. Weren't we the one playing the other night, or was it somebody else?
I think we were playing. I think this is Papa.
Yeah.
Yeah. He said Plum. It's okay.
My Discord is Plum. My
Oh, okay.
is Papa Bear.
Yeah. Alright, okay. Yeah, we were playing the other night, like Sunday.
Yeah.
Wait,
Yep,
Monday.
yep.
Or Tuesday. I don't remember.
Something like that.
Yeah. It was one of those days that I don't remember anymore.
Who are you again?
I'm putting some lighting up on the stairs so far.
Yeah, I'm over at your base getting some items.
And I'm gonna put some adamant pallets down here at the supply depot here at the stairs for you where I put the granite.
Okay.
Just as you run out, let me know and I'll put more. And then you got 3 pallets of adamant sitting here for you.
Okay, on my way back. I was starving.
Starving from what?
You know my character's starving.
Oh, that reminds me. Should go check on the farm. far along are we? Still only ×3, and they do really take a long time to grow.
Ta-da.
And this fever is driving me crazy.
I can appreciate that.
Yeah, COVID sucks. I've had it the one time, and I think maybe that's it. But that one time sucked.
Now, the one time I had it, it took me out of action for 2 weeks.
Sheesh.
That's everything from the ground up to where you was working. It's lighted. I hadn't got very far. I put this little wall door in. And then I was working on this to get it up to the back end of the stairs that we got up there.
Right? Why can't I build anything? Oh, I don't have any stone. That's why. Okay. I dumped everything when I was back in my place.
Yeah, so one thing, I don't have the 999 stack on me right now.
No biggie. I'll head back to the base real quick. Whee! That was almost to death. Didn't mean to jump off.
You always were the one for taking the direct approach.
Yeah, Cicero, Papa Bear here joined us in the party. He's helping Toth over there. They're working on a crystal descent staircase. They've been doing that together for a while, from what they've told me.
Him more so than me, but I'm new to his world in this particular case. Otherwise, I've got years playing other games together.
That is true.
Hey,
That's
X-Beard.
weird.
what you building? Building in Toth's world right now. Building in this little corner. He's trying to rebuild this whole world and turn some people like loose into his world and stuff. So I chose this corner, the Elven Quarter, to build in. They're over there working on a crystal descent staircase. So I'm building like a miniature version of Chateau, kind of based on it, I guess. New.
Hey, Xbeard. What I'm trying to do is eventually I want the city to look like a full living city. So each section of the city, I'm gonna have it assigned to something different. But I want to bring in different builders to each kind of add their own little touch to it. But I'm very selective with who I'm willing to trust because I have spent over a year restoring the city. Those that join my world, it's with the understanding, do not touch the original buildings that I've restored. You're free to build in the areas that I've cleared and have prepped. I don't care what you build, but don't touch the original structures. That's kind of my tribute to what was already there. I've just gone through and repaired it.
Yeah, actually, Axe, I was even mentioning that that you would probably like to build in the world or something. And I mentioned that you built in this elven area, you built your Blue Mountain Hunter's Lodge a couple times. So
It's like the area, like the Emerald Gate area, the very ending. I want to turn that into a market area. Well, the adjacent area is ideal for a garrison. So what I wanted to do in those chambers is I wanted to set up rows upon rows of armor stands and then sit there and use different armor sets and dye them to make them look like different dwarven regiments to basically set up the army. I've got different ideas for different things, but to add a flair to it, I basically was like, I would bring in other builders and be like, all right, you want to add your own touch to it? Here's the theme of what I'm running with. Let's see what you can do. And then at the end of it, I was going to see about submitting it all to the devs and seeing if it could get showed on like a blog, or I'll do like a general walkthrough at the end with all parties present and whatnot, and go from there.
he's also got the 1.0 build pieces as well, Xbeard. So I've been messing around with a lot of the older building pieces in here, so...
But if you're interested in joining and playing, what I'll do is as I get more people that are more builders that are wanting to build, I'll just set aside a designated day when we can all be on at the same time to do what we're gonna do.
Hey Cicero. Welcome to the Twitches. It is nice being able to mess around with the pieces I never really got to mess around with too much. Especially with, you know... Especially since, Sorry. Especially since, you know, it might be a while before we see something similar to those pieces come back into the game.
But yeah, my world's functioning off of one of the original world seeds because I started I started in like October of 23, and then beat the game by December of that year, and then started set to work rebuilding everything else. But if you would care to throw your hat in and come join the build team and add your own flair to things, you're more than welcome to. If FireMane's vouching for you, I'll trust his judgment.
Yeah, X has a lot more available time these days than me. Like Wednesday, Thursday, and some evenings are usually when I'm available, but
well, my schedule's
says,
flexible because I'm disabled, so if I needed to, I'd just simply I could turn my game on and leave it running while I'm doing something else.
he says if times match up, he'd be willing to join. It sounds fun. Yeah, Mariak might also like to build and stuff. So, but I'm not sure how available Mariak is these days.
I even got the final piece that I wanted, which is the crown off the Troll King, which was actually supposed to be Durin's crown. So I got that back, and it's gonna go in the treasury room. 1 second.
I will also be back because it is time for me to take my medication. So I will be right back.
Medication is very important.
In my case, I'd be fine, but like, otherwise I wouldn't be able to focus for the rest of the day. That might be drive my wife crazy. So, all right, I'll be right back. I need a medicate sound. Yeah, dude. I'm back. I got my meds too. Should be like a big bell that just rings. No, you. That's Luke, by the way. Luke, keep it PG. It's Toth's rules.
Well, it's more or less an agreement I have between me and the companies I work with. They're not real keen on vulgarity.
Yeah.
So I stay in family-friendly mode unless I'm doing Skull and Bones or game that's mature rated, and then that's the only time I can kind of look the other way is because of the game rating.
Only really breaks rules. I'm a sweep. No, you're not, dude. To be fair, though, you do behave more on stream than Willie does. To be fair, so I will give you that. I will give you that W. Don't know what it is with Willie. He just like goes off the deep end when we're streaming. You had
Yeah,
what the heck? Oh my god.
I had one friend that quit talking to me because I went to family-friendly mode, and I said, "Look, dude, I used to cuss like a sailor myself, so it's not hypocrisy. I just made a conscious decision to curb my tongue. But trust me, if I really get to going and I let my Spanish temperament kick in, good luck."
Luke, by the way, you need to chill. You need to chill on that. You need to chill. He's been how do I say, been going kind of crazy with the alcohol recently, so.
That's always rough.
Yeah, but he's having fun, I guess, but I suppose that was the first night in like a week. Okay, well, at least you know. These don't snap as well as I thought they would. Let's see. How about that? Alright, well, at least I know that this concept doesn't work sooner rather than later. Let's try something else. Oh, you guys are under siege.
I've yet to see anybody come in to attack us up here.
Yeah, it's because the way I've got stuff built. It's the way I've got stuff built that when the hordes do spawn, I can funnel them into certain spots. And they're up above us in that corner again.
It almost works. I've been trying to test out a Dorber design, but it's kind of
Shadow Gunda Battle Works. He's a lot more dangerous to deal with.
You guys need help?
No.
No, I think I'm good. I'm trying to keep away from the support pillars. Back off, you scumbags. Plum, look out. I think there's some between you and me headed your way.
No worries. From above?
Yeah, they're between us.
Oops.
I'm coming.
No, I'm good.
Nice, good shit. Or good stuff, sorry.
I was like, hold on. I looked up, saw which one they were at, and I was like, they went up into that corner one just above where I'm working.
It never got down to me.
Well, it sounded like one of them might got down there. That's why I said something.
Going back for Ubasam wood. Excuse me. Oh, Axbeard, did you see the new Doba car sound that I have? Just gotta get the GIF right for it, but more adamant. Let's see, I need wood.
Ax, if you want to join the Discord, you can, dude.
Oh, Ax, all I asked was, did you see the new Doba car sound that I have on Twitch? Oops, I didn't want to take those, just iron. I need a lot of this stuff. Yeah, we gotta... I saw that special sent me something, but just gotta get the GIF right, and it all comes together. Thanks for that special. I saw that earlier when I was going to take my meds and stuff. I am back. Okay, how do I not have any of this stuff? Did I accidentally deposit it? I think I might have accidentally. Yeah, as long as it's a GIF, it is fair use. Like YouTube might like flag it, but it won't it won't be like a flag for like, you know, for me to take it down. It'll just say, hey, this sound is from this, you know. I won't. It will give me a strike though if like I do like when I was trying to play Age of the Ring the last time, it did give me a bunch of copyright stuff because like a lot of the sounds that they use for the mod are not fair use. They're from like the movie, you know.
No, I don't know.
So
I'm just
like
kidding.
but yeah, yeah, I was playing Age of the Ring. So the Battle for Middle-earth 2 mod, it uses a bunch of like the sound voice lines from like the movies, and so it's kind of gray area. But when that video went to YouTube, I got like 13 different little notifications that, oh, this sound is from this sound is from that, this sound is from this, and I had to like dispute all of them. It was crazy. Copyright sucks sometimes.
I had to force someone to take down a YouTube video that they took a screenshot of my channel and my logo, and basically were doing a smear campaign and using it to boost their YouTube channel. And I filed a complaint with YouTube, and I told him flat. I said, pull it down. He said, well, you don't understand copyright. And I said, yes, I do. I said, but that insignia is part of my family's coat of arms, which is officially registered with the Royal Arms Society. I said, take it down now.
Gee.
No one but members of my family or myself are allowed to use that crest for any reason.
That's cool. I wish I had a coat of arms.
He tried to get cute about it, so I reached out to the Royal Arms Society, told them, and they sent him a cease and desist letter with an order to take it down, or he would face summons by the Crown's Court in England.
Dang. Serious
I
stuff.
don't play around with my family's lineage.
I have no idea where my family's lineage came from, unfortunately. I mean, other than like my immediate family, but yeah. Part of me is sad about that, and another part of me is kind of thankful because, like, what if there are bad people, you know? And then there's that kind of thing that goes on. So.
It took me 13 years to get my coat of arms ring because they make you jump through so many formal hoops just to get it.
No, Luke, I'm not gonna fill in the blank on that. Not on this stream.
But anyway, I changed and took the logo, the original logo down, and just used my personal crest. That way others wouldn't be inclined to do that anymore.
I'm sorry you went through that. It seems like a really petty thing to go through.
I like military style music, and one of my alerts was the old German, Prussian victory march music that was written in like way before World War One. Anyway, someone had a cow about it and was using that to basically try and label me as a Nazi.
What the hell?
Which was very childish. Papa Bear, you alright down there? Or you need help
I'm
with
good.
what you're doing?
Nope, I'm good.
Yeah. Besides, like Nazis make themselves known. They're idiots. You know. They don't even understand their own lineage anyway. Got a couple of them over here in Morgan Hill. Some of those neo-Nazi dudes, in California of all places. But yeah, they were like hanging the Nazi flag over like one of the overpasses.
Lovely.
Right. Yeah. So, I mean, the other side of that is, in California of all places, but at least in California of all places, you know, the community comes up and shows out and makes them, you know, lets them know that they're not welcome, you know. So that's the other side of that. I used to deal with those guys a lot. Well, not deal with them, but like they used to be around a lot too when I lived in Arizona. And there's a surprising amount of them there too, actually.
What part of Arizona?
I used to live in like Phoenix, and then I lived around in Glendale for a while.
I did time in Yuma and Bullhead City.
Nice. Yeah, it's crazy how many people I meet that have lived in Arizona at one point.
Yeah, I don't think I want to drop off of that cliff right there.
Yeah, I lived basically all over, well, not all over Arizona, but I lived in like the metropolitan areas quite a lot.
I have a buddy of mine lives in Phoenix right now that says he wants me to move out there with him.
Your cousin? Sorry, I didn't hear what
He's
it
a friend
was.
of mine.
Oh, friend of yours. Oh, it's.
I think I know who you're talking about.
It's.
No, this was a trucking buddy.
Huh.
It's It's not like it's cheap out there, but there's a reason it's cheap. You know what I mean? And
Yep.
it's because it's hot as fuck, and anything that you want to do, there are cool things to do in Arizona, but they all require you to drive a considerable distance, and they all cost, you know, money, of course. So that's the only downside. I mean, it is pretty cheap otherwise, but for cheap you get cheap, you know. Like I
Fine,
spent-
cheap. Cheap is free.
yeah.
We all know nothing's free in this world.
Yep.
Everything has a price, so to speak. Something like that. Something like that. Okay, Papa Bear, you're gonna have to come down here to where I'm at, because I'm sitting here racking my brain how to do this, and I don't want to sit here and
Hang on a minute.
change the design and then it just be double the work gutting it back down.
I got a piece here that just doesn't want to line up.
I got you.
I'll come back in a second. Coming down.
I'm staring into the void.
Sorry, Cicero, I have no idea what that means. He says it was a Prussian general that made the Blue Book. Cicero says he was in the military for about 22 years. U.S. military.
Yeah, both my grandfathers served. One was in Vietnam, the other was in World War II, Battle of Midway.
Nice.
I'm down at the bottom. Where you at?
My
I'm not at the bottom. I'm up top. I'm up like midway up.
Oh, okay. I'll be right there.
my great grandfather. This is the only thing that I know about my great grandfather, by the way. Is that he served in World War II, and he served in the European campaign in
Wow.
in Germany. So he fought against the Germans specifically, and then there's like an old picture of him that we have, where he was, posing with one of his buddies in Holzmieten in Germany. My other family members, my grandfather, he also was in Vietnam, and my step grandpa, he was in the Navy. And it's like a long line of like men in my family that have served at one point or another, with the exception being my parents and myself. I tried to serve, but I got PDQ'd, so to speak.
This platform, I've kind of built it out.
Yeah.
I can keep building it out, kind of build it across, and just connect it to the wall here, and go right on across with it. We could end up having I don't know, we could do like a whole, maybe a mini garrison or something. That's it, we could put a garrison here.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I'm kind of at a loss as how to go up from here to help support the stair walling.
That's where I'm coming in from underneath.
Alright, well then I'll just build the platform and then let you continue with that.
Blue Book
But I'm
dictated drill
basically-
and ceremony, amongst other things. Nice.
I'll let this, I've got this anchored into the wall so it's solid. But here's the thing, before you take back off. Oh, you done
Yeah.
took back off.
I'm right here. We're good.
With this platform, if you come back up to where I'm at and then look up, you're gonna laugh when you see this. You remember how that long staircase right there kept breaking apart on us?
Yeah.
See where I'm standing? Look
Yeah.
straight.
I see it. That's hilarious.
It would mean retooling some things in this area. But we could technically,
Make this whole thing.
yeah. So it's a question how much work we would want to do in this area, but we would definitely need this. We definitely need the supports under it because that's what got us the first time.
Yep. I'm on it.
Not relevant to the stream, but when I did, okay, no problem. But yeah, I tried serving myself outside of my family and stuff, but I got permanently disqualified because of my my own medical stuff, so I cannot serve. I have tried, but I cannot, due to some things that happened in my past. My past, so to speak. And to be honest, it's probably better that it didn't happen. Now that I look back on, a bunch of stuff that happened. So. It's tough to join. Spent 12 years as a recruiter. Yeah, the standards are pretty high nowadays. You basically can't have any. Seems like you need a waiver for a lot of things nowadays to join. I needed a
Hold on, I'll be
waiver.
right back, guys.
No problem. I needed a waiver myself, and even with the waiver, I was still denied. So I gotta clear from the military's own psychologist or whatever, and it was still not enough. It was still like a, well, no, because of this one specific thing that happened, I can't, can't join. And it worked out for me more or less. See, kid me would be really disappointed because that's all I would ever wanted to do was be in the military when I was growing up. So, but yeah, kid me did not understand a lot of things. No problem. Yeah, I'm down. Just need to find time for that. Today we're gonna go and take my dog after the stream ends today.
Oh, I'm back.
Gonna take my dog back to the vet today. So let's see.
Plum, I'm. Go ahead. Sorry about that, Fireman.
Oh no, it's the same thing I said before. Just that I'm taking my dog later today to see if his ear infection has gotten better. So.
You're gonna you're gonna hate me for saying this, but with building this platform and the supports, Papa, we might be able to move the whole set of stairs from where we're at over and line it up.
I was thinking the same thing. And if that's the case, then that's what we do.
Yeah, I'm gonna halt as far as going any further with construction now that I've realized that. I'm gonna see how far over I can build the platform, because if I can keep anchoring it to the wall, in theory I shouldn't have to stop.
I've got a pretty good foundation coming up with underneath right now.
Why is that not wanting to sit down?
That's gonna look weird. Let's see. Oh, basically has to go that far away to make sense. No problem.
You're not gonna believe this, dude. I just connected it all the way across that gorge.
Nice.
So we have a solid support system to move the stairs.
Nice.
Oh, this thing gave me a heck of a time the first time.
Good stuff, though.
Coming up, Slug.
Well, now that we have it solidly connected all the way across, it should support it, because this game does register. Yep, all the way across.
Actually, the walls coming up will come underneath that really easy and we'll be good. You don't have to change the stairs at all.
This actually connects all the way around. You can literally walk.
That's awesome.
I thought about doing this originally, but I was like, how much effort do I really want to pour into this? And what usually happens when me, you, and others get together and we go to building.
Never fails. But we always have a good time doing it.
All good. That's how like almost all of my friends are. A lot of my friends are also builders, so they just like, you know, all right, let's build a base really quick, and then like really quick turns into like hours, hours and hours and stuff. And in fact, me, Special K, and Nolia, when we play Valheim together, we like,
Love Valheim.
yeah, we'll be like, hey, you know what? We should like, you know, build a little base here or something, you know, so that we can like, you know, be safe when we come by and stuff, right? And like 3 hours later, we're still building. Still building it, and it turns into like a huge shack. And then like 2 streams ago, it was funny. I was like, you know what? We should start building a. We built a moat right around our base. You know, usual Valheim protect your base strat. So
Yeah.
I was like, you know what? We should also build
Thank
a
you for
really
the
big.
follow. Is it Hazy? Hazy? I'm saying that right? Welcome into the house of Toth. Hope you enjoy your stay.
Nice. Anyway, we spent 3 hours. I spent 3 hours on just one small rampart of the wall. and it's just a single rampart too. It's not even like a full wall all the way around the moat. It's like one specific section of the wall in Valheim. So
You should see my village in Valheim I have built.
love to.
So
I actually dug a full moat all the way around it and then built the wall on the edge of the moat, so any trolls and stuff to try to get at it, they have to get past the moat and the spike wall. And to date, the wall has not been breached.
nice.
Good. It's the way it should be. Yeah, extras, or a handful of us decide to perfect a fire pit 2 hours later. Yeah. It's just like this stream. Like, I'm like, you know what? I'll build something small for Toth that I could probably build in like 1 or 2 sessions or so. And it might take
Whether it took you longer than that, it wouldn't matter to me.
Oh man, I didn't block that. Yeah, we'll leave it like this. And I'll do something with that.
Sorry, I had to take an insulin shot, so I muted myself for a minute.
No
Didn't
problem.
want to see you scream. Is that what it is?
No.
Just kidding. Don't hit me. Not like last time.
If I wanted you dead, Plum, there's other ways of doing that.
One of the things that we had a blast in during our satisfactory gaming was out of nowhere, all of a sudden he'd come up and just shoot me.
Well, what prompted that is when we first started playing together on Satisfactory, he was getting chased by one of the local critters, and I went to try and help him, and I didn't know that the rebar gun would shoot through the animal and kill him, and it did.
It was hilarious.
It literally, in slow motion, you could see the shock factor on my face, because I was just like, what? I was literally shooting to get the thing that was chasing him, and it went through, killed the critter, and then killed him.
It was awesome.
Just like Helldivers.
Oh, in Helldivers, I have a buddy that I shoot for killing his own men. I said, there's a reason why so many LTs in Vietnam got replaced. At least the idiot ones. Which people think that's a joke, and I'm like, no. I said, I got family that fought in Vietnam that can tell you real quick. There were many a moron that met their end like that, because they would get good men killed.
Certain Davy is fastest on controller for building. I've been playing with controller all my life, you know, so it's more of it's like a reflex almost, I guess.
Use muscle memory for you.
Yeah. I'm okay with this. This could be, actually, let's end it right here. Doesn't have to go all the way up. It just needs to be like this. It looks cool. I've had a lot of time to game too on controller-based games like Halo and.
Yeah, I used to play console controllers quite a lot. Was very good at it. But now, since my stroke, I mean, there's a lot of days my left arm's almost entirely useless. So I depend on my mouse and keyboard.
Back in the early Call of Duty days, I would get a lot of people that accused me of hacking, because for the semi-auto pistols that were, you know, you could just like shoot as fast as you want, as fast as you could pull the trigger, right? I could pull the trigger then so fast that it was nearly full auto, and so people thought that I was playing with a modded controller, and I got reported quite a couple of times actually for quote-unquote cheating. But I wasn't cheating. I was just like, you know,
You're just good.
you know, like really, really fast with it at the time. I was even faster than that. And so, and plus I used to play a lot of those like controller games against my cousins where you had to do like quick time events, like in those old, I don't know if you guys remember, like those old school fighting games where you had to like, oh, you gotta twirl the thumbstick around and around and around and around, you know, to win, right? In like Mario Party or something.
No, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
That was close.
Okay. Well, now have a full platform to build
Did
on
I use a
up here.
controller when I played Overwatch? Yes, I did. I owned the game on Xbox at the time, so I played on controller. I wasn't like the best Overwatch player or anything. I like barely played the game, mostly with friends. But whenever I did play, I played the tank characters like Reinhardt and stuff. So
I'm a tank person myself.
yeah, over the years I've tried to like diversify my pool a little bit so that I'm not always 100% of the time the tank person when I play with like friends and those kinds of things. So I have picked up support class stuff, but it's not like my vibe, you know. It's not like I'll play it if I need to fill the role, you know.
Right.
If the team needs it. Tank diva, nice.
Many years ago, I used to enjoy playing Halo, but I got out of the practice of it. Once it got to where I was running into cheaters and stuff so bad, I was like, it's not even entertaining anymore. I'm like, all you want to do is use hacks and then spawn camp. And they're like, well, that's what tournament players do. I'm like, nope.
Well, you can't use hacks or cheats in tournaments. They'll know when you are. They check your computers.
Yeah, you're not supposed to, but there were a number of ones I knew in the local leagues that would, and more than once I reported it during matches, but it always fall on deaf ears. And oh well, we don't see any signs of cheating. I said, because you ain't looking. That league ended up actually breaking apart when it come to light that the referees that they were choosing from to be refs were on the take to make sure those teams didn't get caught.
Old MLG days. Remember, like unironically, whenever I would like talk to people, like adults growing up, and they're like, oh, you would be really great friends with my son. He also plays video games. He's in that MLG thing. He's really good and blah blah blah. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, that's it. Okay.
Like, cool. Like, I don't know. Like, for like a lot of us, MLG was like you're a sweat basically. Like, you're trying way too hard to be good at the game. And there were a couple of my friends that were like that, you know, that would really care in Call of Duty about their kill to death ratios and stuff like that. But it didn't really matter to a lot of us. We just played for the zombies or the fun, you know. So
I miss the old days of gaming when it was all about having fun and not about, oh, whose stats is who got what. That used to drive me crazy. Still does. I'm like, stop worrying about your stats. They're like, but that's what matters. Nobody wants to play with a loser. I'm like, okay.
Huh.
Yeah, that mindset.
One of my old buddies, I don't really like. They used to be a buddy in like elementary school. When we would play Call of Duty World at War, this is when I was growing up. Like, he would camp so much in corners to the point where he wouldn't even bother doing the objective in game modes like Search and Destroy, because it would risk him dying, and him dying would be like not okay, right? Like, he would get really like irritated if he dies because, you know, he's forced out of his camping spot in the corner. And so we were telling him that, hey, like you need to play the objective. We're playing an objective based game mode. You need to play the objective. You know, like it's not fair that everyone else is like going out of their way to try and plant the bomb, and you're sitting over here on you know in the corner in this spot where you get lots of kills. And I don't know, it just never seemed to me like search and destroy was like the best game mode for that anyway. Like you could just camp in a corner in like Ground War or something where there's like 16 players connected at a time, right? And you could get more kills that way if that's what really matters to you. But I never really liked the gameplay style of just chilling in the corner until someone comes by. It would
That's
never.
my brother.
It never vibed with me. It was kind of like there's certain situations where, or certain games where that might be beneficial for you, but it's definitely not for me. It's not COD.
We used to have somebody like that on the Medal of Honor team. A lot of people hated me because I like to use the sniper rifle, but the thing about me is I never stayed in one spot. I'd fire 1 to 2 shots and I'd move. But the opposing team's like, you and that sniper rifle, why don't you use a weapon that don't have a scope? So I switched to an iron sight that didn't have a scope, and I was doing the same thing. They still bellyached. So I switched to a machine gun and switched it to single shot and kept doing the same thing. I said, it's got nothing to do with a sniper rifle. I'm just better than you are with a gun.
Yeah, I don't know, the whole I don't snipe too often myself. I haven't sniped since like the Battlefield 3 days, to be honest with you.
I remember them days. Oh god, that break.
It was really satisfying back then in Battlefield 3.
Oh,
So at least like. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead and finish what you were saying.
Oh yeah. Anyway, like it was really satisfying to like set the meter and the bullet drop and stuff, and then like for me like calculating like how far they are, and then shooting them, and then landing a headshot from like 500 meters or something crazy. It wasn't never like super far away or anything like that, but it was really satisfying when I hit a moving target like that.
My first Medal of Honor, or first Call of Duty style game I started playing way back when, was Medal of Honor Spearhead and the old Moha games. Back when they first released. These were the great grandpappy of Call of Duty.
Medal of Honor, yeah. I remember playing European Assault and Pacific Front.
Oh, those had some fun on some of them maps.
I really liked European Assault or European Front or whatever it was. I don't know why, because I like the bar gun, the battle action rifle. That one was really fun to use. Yeah, plus the snow map's really good in that one too.
Okay, Papa Bear, did you mean to knock down this, or were you working on this?
I did.
Ghost Recon Wildlands. I love Ghost Recon Wildlands. I played the crap out of Wildlands, and then when they finally updated the game, I also played the poop out of Ghost Recon Breakpoint as well.
Oh, Papa Bear, come check this out real quick and see what you think. I solved the weight distribution problem with the stairs up here. So, like you said, we ain't gonna have to move it, but I think I got it. Figured out. We can build onto it if we want to, but
I think I've played through Wildlands quite a lot, actually. Trying to think about like how often I played that game.
Makes sense.
it's directly connected to current stairs, but it braces it up. I put in 2 of them.
Nice. Perfect. Yeah, we're gonna definitely make a garrison here.
Yeah, what'd you think of Breakpoint, Cicero? After they added the difficulty settings and stuff and turned off the what's it called? The arcade looter shooter mode.
I like the steps over here, Toth, coming up the side right there. That's nice.
No, I just don't think we got that far with the conversation. I mean, we got on the side rails of talking about games.
Well, my favorite thing to do in Ghost Recon Breakpoint. Oh yeah, you loved it, but the robots killed it for you. Yeah, that and some of the AI were kind of dumb sometimes, but I mean, like, overall, it was pretty good on the harder difficulty. The robots were kind of dumb on the harder difficulty too, especially since they could just like shoot you and you're immediately just like injured critically. I think like the mechanics in Breakpoint for you being like critically injured were really good, and I wish they were like in Wildlands. If that was in Wildlands, then I'd play the crap out of Wildlands nonstop. Because I really liked the whole, like, okay, you have to, like, bandage yourself, but if you're critically injured, you need, like, a med kit or something. And when you sat at the camps and stuff and you watched him heal himself, too, like, you would see him, like, I mean, trigger warning, by the way, like, dig the blade into his leg and pull the bullet out and stuff, you know? Like, bandage it up. It was cool. The eating part of it, though, the survival, quote-unquote survival stuff, wasn't really, like, fleshed out, though. It was like, you could eat, but, like, and it gave you a small bonus, but it didn't seem like it was really necessary for survival. Came out in 2011. Yeah. That sounds about right. Is that Wildlands or Breakpoint? Wildlands. Ghost Recon Wildlands came out actually in... Hold on. March 7th, 2017, actually. Breakpoint. Breakpoint came out in 2019. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff wrong with Breakpoint when it first launched, especially since like Ubisoft was doing this weird thing with the looter shooter thing, and they were making like every game like a looter shooter type thing.
Yeah, everybody kind of got on that kick.
Yeah, it was kind of annoying actually. Like, it didn't make any sense for me. It didn't make any sense for like Ghost Recon, which is a game that, like, you know, built its reputation up from, like, you know, people that like hardcore tactical shooters to suddenly be an arcadey shooter game, right? So it just, with a loot-based system, it didn't make no sense.
Anymore with the gaming dev work, half the stuff that gets done with game development don't make sense, because it's just like, you wonder what they were thinking when they did it.
Cicero says had to pull fan base in. Yeah, but I kind of feel like you could still like pull fan bases in without having to compromise the too much of the identity of the game, and you know, like I feel like nowadays, ironically, sorry, that tactical like hardcore shooters are actually more starting to gain popularity again. At least it seems that way. I could be wrong, you know, but from what I'm watching on, like, you know, Twitch and stuff, it seems like people are getting into that.
The answer to that DM, yes, I do have a GoFundMe set up. A text mention GoFundMe in the chat, but there. That'll explain what's going on. Sorry, I was answering a DM.
No problem.
I think I off-centered that just a little bit.
That's understandable on your part, though, Cicero.
There we go.
Civilians like to live the fantasy every now and again as well, you know? Well, it's not a fantasy, but you know what I mean. It's definitely not a fantasy. The Army did make a co-op game that was good. Name escapes me. You know, there was one that that they played at my high school that was like that. It was like a team-based. It kind of almost exactly played like Ghost Recon, except it was like an army game, like made by the military. And then, like, the movement was, like, real. Well, they tried to make the movement, like, realistic, you know? So, keyword is tried. Seems okay. Okay, I need to address this. America's Army. Yeah, I think that's what it was. I think I played that. What's your favorite Ghost Recon game, though? That'll be a good one. Favorite Ghost Recon game? Good question to ask. Outside of, like, Wildlands, obviously, but...
I was never fond of the Ghost Recon series. I tried it, played them. They're okay, I just never got to liking them.
I really liked, outside of, like, Breakpoint and Wildlands, I really liked, Future Soldier was pretty good. The first Future Soldier. I don't think they ever made a second one, actually. Future Soldier was alright. Like, mechanics-wise and stuff. I also like the original one that came out for, like, Xbox way back when. Classic Xbox, to be specific.
One of my favorite games of all time, which I still have the disc for, is the original Morrowind Elder Scrolls game.
Nice. Same one
People are
where
like, "What?"
you walk out of the city and that guy just like flies into the air.
Yeah.
03 or 04. Can't recall the name. Yeah, that's the one I played too. Ghost Recon squad-based battlefield combat. It's like this whole like I don't know if you can even see that. But yeah, I played that one on the Xbox. It's like first person. That was the one that I really liked playing too. I beat that game too. I was so proud of myself back then because, like, as a kid, I could never beat that game. And then when I went back to it, like, you know, when I was older, I beat it and I was like, hell yeah. Finally.
Oh, nice. That worked. Okay.
Looking good. The Shadows cast are really, really strong. All this talk of shooters and no one has mentioned GoldenEye, and I'm not mad, just disappointed. Hey, GoldenEye was a classic.
I just never. Yeah, GoldenEye was a classic. Played the devil out of it for the longest time.
You guys are talking games I never heard of except for Ghost Recon. I played the hell out of that one. But I played the first. Very first.
GoldenEye went way back.
Yeah, that was like Nintendo 64 days.
Yeah, that was a fun one though. Me and buddies would gather on the weekends and do LAN parties of that. You get the Farsight gun and you could shoot through walls. Pretty much any team that got that gun, it was game over.
Proximity mines in the facility, lol.
Yeah, Farsight gun was the fun one though, because once you'd kick it over and you could flip it on, you could see where your enemy was. I used to, the opposing team, if I got the gun, you could hear them start cussing because they'd be like, he's got the Farsight again. Like, how do you know? It's because I'm dead through a wall. I win gun.
Who is that really short character that you could pick in Ghost Recon GoldenEye?
Oh, the little island dude.
Yeah, like the really short one that you could barely aim at.
I can't remember his name, but he was in The Man with the Golden Gun. He was the little sidekick. The plane, boss, the plane.
Yeah, so you could be him, and my cousin would always pick him, and the reason why he would pick him is because you can't fucking shoot him. So he would run up on you.
He was like a little speed demon, all crack, because he was so short. About the only way you could hit him is if you stunned him with like a stun grenade or something long enough for him to sit still, and then you'd shoot him.
Yeah, so
or a shotgun.
Yeah, so like my cousin would pick him all the time, and then he would just like run up on you, and since like he's like right up on you, you can't aim down. You can't like aim down too far. So he's just like he's right up on you. You can't aim at him, and he's just wrecking you. So like you just die. And so we would give him a bunch of crap for him. Like, why don't you play some different character?
I think. Hold on. Now I got to pull this up.
Cicero says now we have to discuss maps on GoldenEye. Okay, if I could even remember any of them. I remember playing a lot on this like.
Remember Natalia, Baron Sodomy, Jaws.
I remember playing on this like map where it was like a bunch of hallways and stuff in like a facility or something. I don't remember what the name of that called. Well, it's probably called Facility. I think that might be what it is. We played that map a lot. Facility. Knick-knack. Make those players play big head mode. Lol. That's the character's name is Knick-knack.
You had the dam, the facility, runaway, surface, bunker, silo, frigate, surface 2, bunker 2, statue, archives, streets, depot, train, jungle, control, caverns, cradle. And the caverns was the worst one to fight that little midget dude in, because in that one he could blend into the wall and you'd never see him coming. The bonus maps were Aztec and Egyptian. Multiplayer mode, you were limited to temple, complex, caves, library, basement, stack, facility, bunker 2, archives, caverns, and Egyptian. So, yeah, facility would have been one of the ones.
Bunker or depot were king, queen, etc. So
It was the bunker. The bunker was the one everybody liked to play because you could set up defensive positions, and if you had a good team and they didn't lose their nerve, you could hold those positions, and the other team was not going to get through to you. But you had to have a team that didn't crack.
bunker.
Oh God, Counter-Stroke. Ugh.
Have to remember CS was prevalent at the time too. Yeah, it still is. That game doesn't die, dude. Counter-Strike does not die. Neither does Team Fortress 2. Neither of those games, like, I don't think they'll ever, like, anytime soon die. Even if they make a sequel, I feel like it just won't happen. There's still hella people on CS:GO, like, selling their weapon skins and stuff. Weapon skins and such. Those go for a lot of money, by the way. I've seen people pay pretty big, hefty sum for, like, just weapon skins on Counter-Strike.
Same way in Rust. It's the same way in Rust. People pay enormous sums of money for custom skins.
It's wild. Like, for me, if I decide to, like, play a game, right, and I decide, all right, maybe I might buy a cosmetic skin for it, it has to be a game that I've sunk like so many hours into and that I actually find like fun, and then it would be worth it for me financially to do that. But there's a point where I wouldn't pay so much to do that, you know. I wouldn't I wouldn't pay like more than, like, I don't know, $10 for a cosmetic, and it would need to be like a cosmetic pack, right? Right. I say this even though, like, I've paid for every single, like, Return to Moria cosmetic pack, but still, you know what I mean? Like, I understand that it's cosmetic, and I want to, like, support, you know, devs and stuff like that, so. it is almost time. You hear my dog in the background?
No.
Okay, good. He's howling at the moment. He's talking. He's whoa, 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 whoa. A wound. He's a wooing, yeah. Just need these trees to grow. Once we sleep or whatever.
Yes.
Come up here. I solved the midpoint crisis on both fronts,
Nice.
and we have a big area to build in here now.
Well, sorry to say, Toth, but I think I might still need a couple more sessions with this. But
Oh, shucks.
I have finished the exterior of it. Like most of the exterior. So, except this side over here, closest to the forge.
Let me come look real quick.
Yeah.
Since I can take the port directly to the elven quarter. And I am right in the middle of the potted plant area coming through.
Alrighty. I haven't fixed this entrance up yet, but the other one I have mostly.
Yeah, you've been at it.
There's still a whole bunch of like interior stuff that needs to go up.
Yeah, I'm liking it. You got it looking like a dwarven. What it's heavily modeled after is if you look at the Rings of Power series when they do the first entry into Khazad-dûm with Eldron. I think it's looking off either to the right or the left. There's a big house with like nothing but garden area in front of it.
Nice. Yeah, you should
It's
actually.
a pretty good bringer for it.
On this other side, there's trees planted up front. I just need to sleep or whatever for them to grow.
I got you.
Yeah, whenever. But like, yeah, just take a look at this. I pulled out the roof. I still have to finish that,
There's something over
but
there.
that won't be too much. And I'm gonna make a little like walkway up to the little sauna right here, little bath area, waterfall.
Yeah, dwarves have to take a bath once in a while. That smells.
It's like
I've
the
never
extended. It's like the extended edition of what's it called? If you've watched the extended edition of the first Hobbit film,
when they took the bath in the
they like
in the
yeah, they like jump
That-
down,
yeah.
cannonballed in their water in their fountain or whatever. Yeah, so this will be like its own. Like I'll section everything off, and everything will be its own thing. So, but the second floor is cool. You can't really like get up there right now because I haven't built the staircase.
Yeah,
but...
I see what you're doing with the statues of Durin, each of the Durins.
Yeah, you got that's the design that I've put on a couple. But you can once I make it, you can get up here and it'll be like a overlook kind of thing, like a court. It'll be like a courtyard type feeling. But
Nice.
yeah, you can see the statues from up here.
Oh yeah, each of the kings.
And I'm gonna place 2 more on this side too. So have to log off. Wifey orders. See ya. Yeah, see ya, man. Thank you for popping by. And I do have to pop off because it is nearing the time for me to take my dog to the vet. So
No worries, man. It looked. I mean,
thanks for hosting.
Solid. Not a problem.
yeah, I'll let you know when I'm next available, and then I can pop in here and work on it some more.
Just drop a DM to me.
Alrighty. Alright, guys. Bye.
It's a pleasure.
Yes. See ya. All right, guys. Thanks for popping by my stream too. I gotta take old man to the vet, so I'll see you guys later. Bye. I should get like one of those EDM outros, and then just be like, all right, see ya.